Hi everybody, it's Kelly with Soulful Creations, and today's tutorial is on the Brunella Bag by Shamballa Designs. The Brunella Bag is a nice size, like travel tote bag. I think that's how I would describe it. And it's part of the Zodiac membership 2. There was a Zodiac membership 1, so this is Zodiac membership 2. And this is the bag representing the sign Virgo. So if you're Virgo, like I said, this is a great bag, right? So anyway, let's see what's so great about the Brunella. So look at this front detail. We have these straps, and you see how the straps widen as it gets toward the center, and they narrow down here. We have these nice buckle. We have strap ends here. So we have a flap on the front with magnetic snaps. It's a nice deep pocket, so you can slide your cell phone in there, maybe a little notepad, whatever you want to put in there that you need to grab really fast, okay? And then on the back, there's a zipper pocket. Nice roomy zipper pocket. You can get lots of stuff in there, okay? And let me not forget to mention these grab handles, right? So these are optional. If you don't like them, you don't have to put them on, but I think it's very convenient. I love the grab handles. So you have these nice thick shoulder straps, and you have these grab handles, and there are different options. Like if you don't want to do the straps this way, you can just do them just a regular strap. Or if you want to put the buckle detail on the back, there's an option for that too. So you might want to have the same buckle detail that you have on the front, you might want to put it on the back. So there's some different options for straps. There's a recessed zipper. So let's open it up and see what we have inside. So on one side, we have this double slip pocket, okay? And it's really nice and roomy on both sides. And you see how much space we have in this bag. The lining fits perfectly. And then on this side, there's another zipper pocket, but it's sewn into the seams of the lining, which I love. And you can make it with your vinyl or your whatever exterior fabric you'd like to use for your zipper pocket. So it just makes it look a lot, classier and upscale inside the bag. I love that. And this pocket is nice and spacious. Let me see. Did I close it or open it? Let me get in there. So there we go. So I love all the pockets are so roomy and spacious. I love that. So, and then on the bottom, we have 6 purse feet. So I use these nice big chunky purse feet. And it's just, like I said, it's just a nice bag. You can go to work with this bag, go to school, travel, or just carry it for every day. It's just a nice bag to have. So again, this is the Brunella bag, a part of the Zodiac membership 2. So it's exclusive to those who purchase the membership. 3 months, then it's going to open up to everybody. So if you want it now, you have to purchase the membership. You're going to get this pattern plus another. So it's worth it. Trust me. So let's get ready to make the Brunella bag by Shamballa Design. To get started making our Brunella bag, we're going to start with the straps. So we will need 2 pieces cut from your exterior B, and 2 pieces for the front strap, and you will need 2 pieces for your back strap, and they are different lengths, and you will need a stabilizer piece for your back strap. I'm using Decovil Heavy, and a stabilizer piece for your front strap. Again, I'm using Decovil Heavy. Okay, and then we have these template pieces. So you're going to have one for your back strap, and then these are going to be used for your front strap. So I've already prepared one part of my front strap. So I've used the template. So let me show you what I've done. So as you can see, the ends on these, on this piece has already been trimmed down, and I've marked out some lines here. These are where we're going to fold in these raw edges. So I've done that on this piece, and then I want to show you how we do that. So I'm just going to move the back strap out of the way for a second. Okay. And then I've also done it on the stabilizer here. So we're going to use this small little template here. So you place it at the end of your, I should have left one end undone, but I'll show you on this one. Okay, so it's going to look like this. And then you just place the stabilizer and center it right onto your stabilizer like that. Take the template and you center it. And then you're going to draw the lines here. Okay, draw out this shape. And then you're just going to trim that off. And it's going to look like this. Okay, so you don't do that for the back piece. You only do it for the front strap piece. So I've done that here for the stabilizer. Now for the actual exterior piece, we're going to start off with this template for the ends. Okay, so we're going to lay that and center that right there. Okay, and then we're just going to trace along the template. Okay. Okay. So then you'll have these lines here. Hopefully they can see, can they see that really good, Jazzy? Mm-hmm. Okay, and then we'll do that on both ends. Okay. Okay. And then once we have that, we're going to trim this off. So we're going to trim this extra off. So just trim off right at the line. Okay, and this is the option we're using for hold on one second. I'm losing my train of thought here. Okay. All right. So once we get that trimmed off, now we're going to take the front strap margin template, okay? And we're going to place that. Again, we're going to place it. This time we're going to place it right up against the edge, not center it. So right up against one edge, and we're going to trace that. Okay, till we get to the end of the template there. Then we're going to place it on the other end, the other side here, matching it to the raw edge. And we're going to trace this side. Okay, and so now you'll have the lines like that, and you'll do that again on the other side. Okay, you could clip it down if you need to. And then we'll do this side here. Okay. And then once you have that, then you can just use your ruler and mark out the rest. Okay. I'm just doing like a 1/2 inch from the end. And when I get up here, I just match it up to that line there. Okay. And then do the same thing here. Okay. And now once you have those lines, then on one piece we could go ahead and we're going to take some double-sided tape, or you can use glue if you choose. And I'm just going to place some right on the end, right on the raw edge here. Y'all see I got my Halloween nails on. I'm trying to get in the spirit. Okay. And we'll do that on both sides. But what I'm just going to show you here. Then we will just fold in to that line that we drew from the template. So just fold the raw edges in. Okay, press that down really well. And so this is going to give us a strap that's a little wider in the center and narrows toward the ends. Okay. But if you would just prefer a regular strap, you could do that too. If you want to. Okay. 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 And we'll just do that on both pieces. Now this one, I've marked out the center here, and I've done that also on my template, because after I get through folding the raw edges in, or actually I'm going to do it before, because I don't want to risk burning my vinyl when I go and adhere this. So I'm going to do it before. If you're going to glue your stabilizer on or use double-sided tape, then you can do it after. But I want to do it before. So this gets centered. You notice because it doesn't go all the way to the ends. So it's going to get centered on right here on one piece. So one piece will have the stabilizer and one piece will not. So I'm going to go take this over to my press. I'm going to get my stabilizer in place, and I'm going to finish. I'm going to get the raw edges folded in on both pieces, and then we're going to come back and I'll show you what we're going to do next. All right, so we're back. I have both of these prepared. The raw edges are folded in. I gave it a nice, good seam press here with this roller here. So now I have put double-sided tape on one side, and you see this side has the stabilizer centered on there, right? Okay, so now we're going to put these two together, and hopefully everything matches up. So I'm just going to start with one end here, and we want to match it up, making sure that all the edges are lined up really well. So I'm just doing a little at a time, and I'm checking both sides. And if you cut it well, then hopefully everything should line up. Okay. So just do a little at a time. Take your time. I just like to run my fingers along the edge and just make sure I'm getting both sides. If it doesn't look good, then we can adjust. Okay. Take the rest of that off, and I'll just make sure this side lines up. Okay. This. So take your time here and just make sure that it's looking good. And there's no buckling. Everything. Okay. Just okay. And if you want, you can roll it out again just to make sure everything's nice and smooth. Like, see here. I don't know why I got a little buckle there, but I just want to smooth that out. Okay. I'm just going to give it one more little roll here to make sure nothing's looking funny. Okay. So now, I think I creased my stabilizer here. That's the problem. Let me just make sure, because that will show later. Let me make sure there's nothing. Sorry, I don't like the way that looks, so hold on, give me a second here to fix it. Okay. That's the problem. So one side's just a little bit longer, so it's just the way I cut it. So I'm just going to trim this little extra off, no problem. Okay. Might have stretched it. Who knows? Okay, so the side with the stabilizer, I want to top. I'm going to top stitch on that side. All right. So now we're just going to top stitch around the whole thing. So let's do that. Okay, so I'm going to start over here on the short end. We're doing about 1/8 of an inch. My iron shutting off. Okay. Go across. And on the side. All right, so we made it all the way around. Okay. So now we're going to get ready to do the back strap. So let me grab those pieces and then we will return. But we got our front strap done. Okay, so before we move on to the back strap, we have one more thing to do with the front strap. So we're going to take the front strap margin template and we're going to mark out where we're going to punch the hole for our buckle. So we're just going to do that. So get that marked out. And do the other end. So just line it up right there. And we get the other end marked. And then we can go ahead and punch the hole. On each end here. Okay, so now we have the hole punched. So now we can set that aside. Now for the back strap, we have our back strap margin template. And I've already marked out these lines. So these lines here, you're just going to lay your template down and then mark out these lines here. And then do that on both ends. And then with a ruler, you can just finish out the lines. So I've done that. And I placed double-sided tape on the ends on this piece. And then remember our stabilizer. I marked the center again. I went ahead and I put my stabilizer on, have it centered on. It should fall right between those lines that we marked out. And then I also put the double-sided tape there. So I'm just going to go ahead and fold in those raw edges. And then we're going to put this together the same way we did the front strap. Okay. And then we'll top stitch. So just quickly take care of this. Just get all this business handled. Got to take care of business, you know? The straps, all that stuff, that's the stuff I call the business. And once we take care of business, then we can have a little fun. Isn't that how life goes? Jazzy. Mm-hmm. Not with you kids. Y'all want to have fun and business. Forget business.
What you talking about? I'll do my business first.
Forget the business part. What business do you take care of?
My school.
Okay. What about the housework?
Sometimes.
At least you told the truth. Okay, so get that one done. Then we'll do this one. As quickly as I can to get through this. All right, so we're almost done folding in the raw edges. Then we're going to put some double-sided tape. Put a piece right down the center here. And we're going to put these two pieces together. Just like we did the front strap. So let's get this lined up. That's right. And if it's a little off, you can adjust it a little because I think this one's just a little bit off here. Okay. Okay, and once again, I have a little bit that's over, and so I'm going to trim that off. Make sure everything is lining up good. Okay. All right. Now we're going to, I'll just roll it a little here to get a good crease. Make sure it's nice and smooth. Okay, now we can top stitch. We are top stitching, right? Just make sure that. All right, so we're gonna top stitch. I'm just gonna start on the side, on the right inside. Wait, it's up. Uh-oh. I thought it sounded funny. My thread's doing something weird. Yep. Okay. Pause, Jazzy. I'm going to fix this. Okay. I don't know what was going on, but I just checked. Make sure, the thread's fine. I have a new needle in. So, I don't know. It's just one of those things. I did adjust the tension a little bit. And so now it seems to be okay. Just gonna continue. Guess my machine just wasn't in the mood. Okay. So now we have our back strap done. I just need to tie off here where I had to start over. Okay, so I'm just going to tie that off, and the back strap is done. So now we're going to get ready. I'm going to get ready to do the handles. The handle is basically done the same way. So I'll just quickly show you, and I'll do the handle off camera. So I know you've had enough of straps and handles. So I'm going to show you that real quick. But let me just go ahead and get the pieces, and then I'll show you what I'm going to do with the handles. Okay, so I'm back with the handle pieces. So I've already done one handle. So this is 2 pieces like this. Okay, and then the raw edges are folded into the center. And then I put a piece of double-sided tape and put the 2 together, wrong sides together, and I top stitched all around, just like we did for the straps. So I'm going to do the same thing for this one. So this one I've already folded the raw edges in. I just need to do this one. And and you can actually, instead of cutting these in 4 pieces, you can cut it in 2 pieces and just cut it, double the width, and just do it like a regular strap or regular handle. There's no reason why you couldn't do that if you didn't want to cut as many pieces and do it this way. So, but I want to stay as true to the pattern as I can for those who like to follow along. So I'm just going to run a piece of double-sided tape down the center. And then just like we've done before, we're going to just put these together. So wrong sides together. And just matching up the edges the best you can. Okay. All right, and once you're happy with that, now we can top stitch. So, okay, so handles. Now we have our 2 handles. We have our 2 straps done. Our 2 handles are done. And the handles are optional. If you don't want to do the handles at all, you don't have to do the handles. Okay, so now we have our buckle connector. We're going to use the pattern piece to mark out this center line here, and then also mark where we're going to punch the hole for our buckle. So I've done that. Then on the end, so here's the mark for the buckle where we're going to punch the hole for the buckle. So below that, we're going to put a piece of double-sided tape about 6 inches long. So just center it right down the middle here. Okay. And then up here, about 3/4 inch piece. Okay. Okay. And we'll do the same thing here. So we're going to put, so about right here. Okay. And then let me just double check. Just want to double check. Are we doing anything else with that? So, and we're going to punch the holes. So we're going to go ahead and punch the hole. So we're going to get that hole punched there and there. Okay, so we'll leave this. Okay, so we'll come back to this later. Okay, and then we'll take our strap loop, and again we're going to use this template to mark out the center line, and I have a piece of double-sided tape. We're going to fold the raw edges in to that center line, and it is going to be really narrow here. So just give it a press over. Press that down. And then we'll bring the other side over. And like I said, this is really narrow. So just work it. We always got the trash trucks going on. We really need to pick a different day to record. We never think about that. Okay. All right. So now once I get those raw edges folded over the best I can here, so my vinyl's a little bit thicker. So we're going to just clip it down. I'm going to clip it down so it doesn't keep trying to roll over. Okay. Now we're going to top stitch very carefully on this narrow piece. So top stitch down each side. I'm just going to hold that down. Do one side at a time. Okay. So I got that side done, and then I just need to do the other side. It's a little harder when it's this and thin. especially when your hands don't want to work properly. Okay, so we're just going to keep that folded under. I'm just going to use these to just make sure it stays where it's supposed to stay. And because my vinyl has that little fluffy back, that's why it just doesn't want to stick good with this double-sided tape. So I just have to just hold it down. Almost to the end here. There we go. Made it. Okay. So now we're going to just cut this in half. So we're going to have it in 2 equal pieces. And then we're going to fold it right sides together, and we're going to sew across. So sew across this real short edge, 1/4 of an inch to make the loop. Okay. Alrighty, and then we can turn it back to the right side. So I'm just going to flip it around. Well, that's the plan. It's so little. Come on, flip around. There we go. All right. Alrighty. And now we have our loop. I'm going to redo these because I don't like the way this is looking. So, but that's the whole point. But I'm going to redo it. I don't like this one. Don't like this. I don't like how this vinyl is acting with it. So I'm going to go redo it. I think I need to glue it because the double-sided tape is not holding. So I'll be back with some better looking ones. But this is our buckle strap loop. So that's what it's going to look like. Okay. Okay. I have my buckle, my strap loops. They look much better. They're all nice and neat. So I have those done. One thing I want to correct on the buckle connector piece. When I said put 6 inches of double-sided tape on this side and this side, I forgot that we first need to fold the raw edges into the center line. So make sure you do that. I looked at it and I go, well, when do you do that? And I forgot. So let's make sure we do that first. Then we can put the tape. So we won't have any raw edges there. Okay, so now that's done. And we still have our hole there. Just need to repunch so it goes through all layers. So now we can put our double-sided tape where we need to put it. So 6 inches from this side and then 3/4 inches from this side. Okay. And I'll repunch the hole so that it's going through all the layers here. Okay. There we go. So now we have our buckle connectors, we have our strap loops, our straps are done, our handles done, and now we're gonna get ready. We're gonna get to our flap. So we have our 2 flat pieces, and I have my stabilizer. Let me move these things out of the way. So I do want to mention one thing that I did not mention earlier. So as for the handles, I did my handles here. So I just did standard handles with no hardware. So there is an option B if you want to add some rectangle rings to your handles. So that way your handles will, be able to fall down. It gives a little more mobility with the handles. So this is option A without the rectangle rings. If you chose option A with the rectangle rings, you will have to cut some additional pieces for the connectors for the rectangle rings. So just keep that in mind that there are 2 options for the handles. I'm doing option A. Okay. And the length of the handles itself is slightly different for option A and option B. So pay attention to that when you're cutting those out. All right, so now we're ready to do our flap. So you should have your 2 flap pieces. Mine are both cut from my exterior B. And I have marked out the placement for the magnetic snaps and my logo. So on one side, I have marked out for the snaps. And on the other side, I have marked for my logo. Also, I have cut mine on this dash line because I'm going to be sewing my right sides together and turning it out. If you're going to keep raw edges, you can cut it out on the blue line instead. Okay. Also, I have not put any interfacing or stabilizer on either piece because when I turn it out, I'm going to then insert my stabilizer before I do the top stitching. So, and I'm using Decovil Heavy for that. Okay, so gonna go ahead and get my label put on. So I have my label here, and I have a piece of Peltex to secure it, and then my washer, and get that on. Okay. Make sure it's straight. Looking good there. Okay. And then also we're going to put our male portion of our snaps on. So get those on. So the part with the outie. Okay, and I'm also going to put some Peltex. I'll put a couple of pieces of Peltex over that. So I'll use my washer there. Just using my washer to mark out where to cut for my and this one. Just want to Give it as much stability as possible. And we'll just cut those. And then we'll get that on. Maybe I didn't cut this one enough. And next, the washer. Oops. And get those. Okay, and then I'm going to put some double-sided tape. I mean, not double-sided tape, but some duct tape. Did they take my duct tape again? I really need a lock on my sewing room. It looks like they took my duct tape again. Sometimes my boys like to rip me off and take my duct tape. So I guess I will be putting a little piece of double-sided tape. I tell ya, being a mom, it's just never a dull moment. Okay. What do boys like to duct tape? What are they duct taping all the time? Wait, sheesh. Wait. Always taping something together. Okay. So now once we have that done, we can put these right sides together or wrong sides together, depending on how you chose to do yours. And I'm just going to clip. And I'm going to just sew around at 1/4 inch, leaving the top open. Okay. And then I'm just going to trim down the curves here. Just trim it down just a bit, leaving about 1/8 of an inch. And then we can turn it out. Carefully pushing the seams out till it's smooth. We want a nice curve here. So, I like to grab this little tool here and just work around, get it nice and smooth. Okay. So that's what it should look like on the back side, and then you have your label or whatever you chose, or maybe nothing, whatever you decide. Then now I'm going to put my stabilizer in. Okay, just get that in there. I may need to trim it down some. I won't know until I get it in here. Making sure it goes in front of the seam allowance and get it in there nice and snug up against the seam here. And that's pretty good. And once you get it worked out and it's in and it's snug, we'll clip it, top stitch it. Okay. I'm just going to get a couple of clips in there. Just roll those seams nice and smooth. And once you like it and get it how you want it, now we're going to top stitch. Okay, so let me just make sure I check and just make sure, see if we're going to leave the top. Yep, so we're just going to go ahead and okay. Right, okay. So yeah, let's go ahead and top stitch it. So I am just going to base this top part closed. That's not going to show later. So. Just take your time going around the curves. So that's all top stitched. So now I'm just going to go ahead and take a peek, look at, make sure that we're getting the next steps in correctly. There's my flap, looks good, and I'll be back. Okay, so now we're going to take our front. So this is our front exterior, our main bottom piece, okay? And I've marked out where we're going to put the flap. I've also marked where we're going to put our handles later. So I put a piece of 1/8 inch double-sided tape along the front of my flap across this top edge because we're going to be placing the flap down, and I just want to make sure it stays in place. So I'm just going to use my ruler here. So I'm going to set it right at that center mark, just right below there. Make sure everything is lined up straight. Okay, that's looking good. And then I already marked the center on my flap, so I'm just going to just get that, oh, wrong side. Gonna get that. I marked the center on the wrong side, so let me mark it on this side. Okay, and now we're going to line that up just like so, and press that down. Now we're going to sew that, or baste it 1/8 of an inch. Okay, get that on. So now we have that in place. We can set that aside. We're going to take our front slip what's it called? Front slip pocket lining A. So that's this one. It was cut on the fold. So we're going to place that. So wrong sides together. Wrong sides together. Okay, so bringing all the edges together like this. Okay. Give it a good crease up here. Okay. And I'm going to, actually, I'm going to mark the center here. Make sure. I'm just going to mark the center on one of them. Like that. So I'm using this waterproof canvas. And then I'm going to mark the center down here on this piece as well. So we're going to get this all lined up. Okay. And we're going, I'm just going to line up down here at the bottom. So if you want, we can clip to kind of hold this. If you're using cotton or something, you could go give it a press if you need to. So I'm just going to, and then now I'm going to match up the bottom and the center here. And get this all clipped in place. It's like this. Okay, so it's looking like this. And now I'm going to baste all around here, okay? And let me just see. Yeah, So now 1/8 of an inch all around. Okay, so start here. So just these 3 sides. This is a very interesting way to do this pocket here. And we're going to sew across. This cross here. And now down this side. Okay. So that's what that should be looking like. And see how when the flap gets turned down, of course we gotta finish it up. But so now we're going to remove some of this from the back. We're just going to cut. So we're just cutting just the exterior. Do not cut your lining. So just the exterior. And we're going to just remove this. Don't cut any stitches. Okay. Save this little piece for something later. Okay. So we'll move that. So now we have removed that bulk there. So now we're going to take our front slip pocket lining B and our front slip pocket exterior piece. So that this is front slip pocket lining B, front slip pocket exterior piece, slip pocket piece here. And so this part, so we have this little curved part here. It's a little shorter there. We're going to match up the top of this with the top of that piece. So we'll lay them right sides together. So just like this. And we're going to sew that at 1/4 inch. Okay, just like that. And then now we're going to flip this up. Press the seam allowance toward the exterior. And we're going to top stitch. So the lining is pulled up this way, the exterior down, and we're top stitching onto the exterior. Okay, so now it should be looking like this. Now we're going to fold. So where it comes in, where you have these little air triangles here, we're going to fold, match it up the bottom and the sides. Just like so. Giving that. Okay. And, oh shoot. I was supposed to top stitch onto the lining, not the exterior. Boo-hoo. Sorry, I made a mistake. I was supposed to top stitch onto the lining. So I should have put this, had the seam allowance going toward the lining. But it's going to be on the inside here. So you won't see it. It won't make that big a difference. So I'm not going to unpick it and do it. So now I'm going to take my, I'm telling you, there's so many pieces to this bag. Let me find my pattern piece here so that we can mark out for our the other halves of our magnetic snaps. So I'm just gonna get that. So place the pattern piece here, get it lined up properly there, and mark for my snaps. So before we get to adding this to the front pattern, we're going to go ahead and get our snaps put in place. So let me undo this, keep this unfolded. Yep. Some boo-boos are real boo-boos and some boo-boos are just oopsies. That was the oopsie. I'm telling you. I'm going to get my snaps on. Okay. Over, get my stabilizer as well. And when I read that, I read it that I was supposed to top stitch on. I don't know why. My mind read exterior. It did not read lining. So I just knew for sure I was doing it the right way. Okay. Get these. Fold it down. I swear that spider on my nail is just like really messy. I was like, I'm scared myself. Okay, and since I got the missing duct tape, I'll just put somewhere. And then they'll say, oh, Mom, I'm so sorry. Sometimes it's my husband who takes it. Okay, so there we have that. Now we can get ready to get this on. So we're gonna get it, just reading how much. Okay, yes, 1/8. So we get, I'm gonna mark the center here again. Make sure it's all lined up properly. Fold it in half. Get it up. And get this here like this. I love this little cow print.
It's so cute.
I know, I like the cow print. I don't know why I've never done a bag in cow print before, but
and you've done every other animal
I
print.
know. I know all the animal prints that I just love, and I've never done cow print. Okay, so let me just double check because there are lots of details here that I just want to make sure that we're getting them right. Okay, so we're just sewing. This time we're just going to sew from here down around the bottom and back up. Do not close up the pocket here. That would be a big mistake. Now that would be a big boo-boo, not a oopsie. Okay. Hope I'm not running out of thread just yet because I'm not ready to change that. Okay, so we're gonna start up here. 1/8 of an inch. Okay. Go across the bottom. It's coming along. Okay. Put this up where I cut myself. Okay. And make sure the flap is flapping properly. Lined up. Okay. Oh yeah. Look at that. That's so cute. Oh, I love that already. Just get it all massaged in place. Alrighty. So then now we're gonna get ready to put our buckle connectors on. And so I'll grab those and we'll come back and get ready to get those on. So before we get ready to put these buckle connectors on, did anybody notice that I did not top stitch my slip pocket here? So make sure before you sew it on that you top stitch the slip pocket. Okay, so I just unstitched a little bit on the sides here, and I went in and I top stitched it and I stitched everything back down. So I opened it up to take a look at my slip pocket and I thought, oh, well, why? And I go, I missed a step. So anyway, that's done. So now I have marked out the sides here because we're supposed to line up the center of our connectors here with the edge of our slip pocket. So to make sure that I'm doing it evenly, I just put a line 3/8 of an inch away from the edge of the slip pocket. So that should be the halfway mark. Okay, and now I'm going to remove the double-sided tape, the paper off the double-sided tape from the bottom. And I'm just going to get this in place. Because I just wanted to make sure it was nice and straight and even. So that's why I put the line there. Okay. There's that little chalk there. All right, and I'm going to do the same thing with this one. And I've also marked a line from the bottom, 5.5 inches up from the bottom. Because that's what we're going to stitch up to that line. So let's get this one placed here. Okay. And now it should look like this. And so we're going to stitch here. We're going to come up, go across that line, and back down. Okay. Let me just make sure my line is showing up good. Okay. So it's already looking good. Okay. I'm just going to start here across the bottom first so that I can get my back stitch done. Okay. So I'm going to come up. And come across that line. Okay. And then back down. Okay, so we do that, and that's what it's looking like there. And then we'll do the other side. Open this to get it out the way. We'll come back down. Let's go over just a tiny bit more. Okay, so now we have our connectors. We have our buckle connectors on. That's what it's looking like. Looking really good. Okay, so now we're going to get our let me see, what's the name there? Front panel top. So you should have, let me make sure that's the right step. No, okay. Yeah, we do want that. So we should have one front panel top and a back panel top. They're the same piece. One's for the front, one's for the back. Okay. On the back side, you're going to mark your line for your drop in, because this is a drop in lining. So this is the drop line here that I've marked. So this is going to be at the top, and then this is at the bottom here. So we're going to need one of those, and you're going to need one of your handle pieces. If you chose option B, you won't be putting on your handle yet. You're going to use your handle connectors that are attached to the rectangle ring, and you're going to get those put on, not your handles. So that's for option B. I'm doing option A, so I'm going to be actually basting my handle on now. So I already have the markings for that I got from the pattern piece, and so I'm just going to go ahead and get this lined up here. That clipped on. Making sure that I don't twist it. Okay. And this vinyl is a bit thick. This is a thicker vinyl. So we'll see how it goes. If I feel this vinyl's too thick, I might just omit these handles. But we'll see. Okay, so we're just going to baste the handles on. Okay, get those in place. And we still have to add our stabilizer to this too. So it looks a little thin and floppy, but I haven't put any stabilizer yet. We're going to do that after we assemble the front and back. Okay, so now we have the handle on. Okay, yeah, I think I want to keep that handle. I like the handle. Okay, so now we're going to take our front top piece here, and we're going to, so the drop line should be facing down toward the bottom. Okay, and so we're going to line this up, right sides together, and we're going to sew this on at 1/4 inch. Make sure you don't include your your buckle connectors. You don't want to sew those on. So keep those out of the way. I'm just going to put a little clip, put a couple clips to hold those out of the way. Because I'm good for y'all know. Sometime I will do some goofy stuff. So I'm going to keep that out of the way. Don't want to get that caught in there. Okay, so we're getting this clipped. Making sure it's lining up. All right. And now we're going to sew across at 1/4 inch. When I go across these handles, I'm going to back stitch and I'm going to go back across. But I move over just a slight bit so I'm not going over the same stitches more than once. Because I don't want to weaken that area. So now we're going to turn this up, bringing the handle up, and we're going to top stitch through the bottom exterior. This is already so cute. Look, it's so cute. Isn't that cute, Jazzy? Okay. So I'm gonna unclip this so it doesn't stay like that. Okay. So now let me go get the rest, get the next steps prepared, and we shall return. Okay, so we're going to get ready to start constructing the back zipper pocket. So you will need your zipper tabs, your zipper tape with the zipper pull on. Don't forget to put your zipper pull on. You don't want to belong to that club. That forgets to put, that makes these beautiful tabs and then forgets to put the zipper pull on. Okay, and then we have our exterior, what's it called, our back panel bottom. So from our exterior, and back panel bottom from our lining. So we're going to, and I have placed double-sided tape at the top of both of those pieces. So now we're going to take our zipper tabs, we're going to fold them in half, wrong sides together, so we have it a piece like this, and we're going to line or match the raw edges up with the end of the zipper tape. Is that what we're doing? Now that I'm doing it, I'm like, is that what we're doing? Okay. Yes, that's what we're doing. Okay. And we'll do the other just like this, the same way. Okay, so we're just matching up those raw edges like that. Okay. And then we're going to top stitch along the fold on the zipper on the zipper tab. Sure, I'm on. Okay, now I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. Okay, so right across that fold on the zipper tab. Okay. And we'll do the same thing on the other side. Okay, so now we're going to turn it over, and we're just keeping the single layer on the right side, and we're going to trim the extra fabric and zipper tape. So we just trim that down like that, and so we don't have a super bulky zipper tab. Okay, So I'm leaving about a 1/4 inch of zipper tape and vinyl underneath. And I just give it a little burn with the lighter, make sure it doesn't fray. Okay, so now we have that done. Now we're going to take our exterior. We'll remove the backing from the double-sided tape. We're going to place our zipper right side down. Make sure your pull is going in whichever direction you prefer. I like mine to open to the right and close to the left. So that's how I have mine situated. And we're going to center this on. Get this lined up. No, let me move. You may have to trim. Let me trim. I'm going to trim some of this down because the zipper tabs kind of extend a little bit past my zipper. So I just want to just trim that down. Make sure it's even. Okay. Okay. Get that off. Make sure nothing comes loose over here. Okay, now we're back in business here. Okay, so it looks nice and even. Just press that down, making sure the raw edges match up. Okay. Then we'll take the lining, remove the paper backing from the double-sided tape, and we're going to lay that down, right side down, facing the right side of our exterior. And we're sandwiching the zipper in between. Extra on this side. Just trim that down. Okay, so now we're going to sew a 1/4 inch. Be as precise as we can. So if you need to, you can draw the seam allowance on. We're going to start. I like to sew with the lining up because it's better control that way when the heavier fabric is at the bottom. And we're just going to stay at a 1/4 inch. Okay, move the zipper pull if you have to. Felt it move just a little bit. It wants to keep sliding a little bit, so I have to just adjust if it kind of wants to. It's because I don't like to use my zipper foot. So it gets a little wonky in places. I'm too lazy to switch back and forth. Okay. So now we're going to fold this back. Make sure everything is lining up, matching up. Pull that zipper away from here. Give it a good finger press. Or you can take it to your iron and press it if you're using cotton. It might be a good idea. Okay. I'm going to do the same thing for the front. Give it a good press. And then we're going to top stitch. Okay. So I'm just going to keep it. I'm just pulling both sides, giving it a nice little tug. You're keeping everything lined up. Okay. And just keeping it lined up. Get it. All right. Now we have that done. Now we can turn it over. And we're going to grab our back zipper pocket lining. Looks like this. We're going to remove the paper backing from the double-sided tape. And we're going to lay this down, right side down on top of the back of the zipper. To complete our pocket here. Get that. Oops, got a little bump in my zipper right there. So we want to make sure we fix that. Okay. There we go. All right. Get that smoothed out. And now we're going to take our, let me just make sure I'm following it correctly. So why is it showing some sewing there? Press with your fingers, right? Then attack. Okay. I don't think we're gonna do that. Yeah. Okay. So now this one gets, this is the middle, the back panel middle. We want this to go right sides down. top of the zipper here. Okay. Like that. And now we're going to do 1/4 inch again, and then this is going to get folded up and top stitched, and we'll have that at the bottom there. Okay, so let me do that. So I'm going to turn it this way, 1/4 inch. That zipper pull again. Okay, and then now this part stays down, the middle part comes up, and we're going to top stitch. And let me just check that, make sure everything's looking good. I think I can go a little, I think I got off a little bit there. You want to make sure it's as straight as you want it to make sure. So I'm just going to go over this part one more time. Make sure my stitches are straight so it doesn't look, so my zipper doesn't look wobbly. Right there is where it wants to continue. Okay, there we go. Now straighten that up. Okay, yeah, that looks better. Okay, so now we're going to top stitch. Okay, so now we have our pocket. We want to, let me see if she says to close it up here. Yeah, we're gonna baste around and then add our, okay. So now, one thing I want to say, I didn't mention earlier. So on your pattern piece for your back panel, there are placement marks if you want to do the buckles, the buckle strap. So if you want to do these buckles on the back as well, you can do that. That's option B. I chose option 1, so I'm not doing these buckles on the back. I've just chosen just to keep them on the front. So that's why I don't have anything here on the back here. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to be putting my handle on. And again, if you're using option B with the rectangle rings, you're going to be putting the connectors on. And And what else? That's it. So yeah, so that's just another option that you can do. I just wanted to mention that part. Okay, so now I'm just going to baste this, and then we're going to get our top piece on our, what did I do with it? Our back panel top is we still have to put, so our back panel top goes on, so that's going to go there. And then we want to make sure that everything is, you know, matching up. The front and back are going to match up and be the same height, hopefully, if my seam allowances are good. So let's hope they're good. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and baste around this to close off this pocket. My lining is sticking out just a little, so I'm hoping that doesn't mean that I have the wrong seam allowance. Okay, just want to make sure this is. Okay, so we'll see how that looks. I'm not going to trim anything off just yet because I want to make sure. And I got a little, I must have pulled this one is a little stretchy and I didn't have it, so I just want to make sure it's going to look okay. All right, so now we're going to put this on. Remember, the drop line goes towards the bottom, so we're going to line this up, get this sewn on. Oh, see, I'm forgetting a step already. Sorry. We have to put the handle on. When I tell y'all I am having the craziest time today, whenever I have been under the weather and then I start trying to do stuff. Okay, where is the piece I'm looking for? With the placement marks on it. Where did I put it, Jazzy? That's okay. I'll just use this because I can't find it. I placed that piece somewhere. Here we go. It was right there in my face, Jazzy. We need to mark the handle placements. So, okay. Oops, over here. And put that over. Pull this back here. And we'll go here and here. Okay. So that's where the handle goes. So I'll grab my second handle piece. And we'll get this one on. So. Okay. Okay, so first we'll get this basted on, and then we will put the top piece on. Okay, so I'll get this on and then we'll come back. Okay, I don't want to forget to put the back strap on. So use your back panel middle piece to mark out the placement for your back strap and your handle, okay? So I have those marked out. So we want to put our strap on also. We want to get that basted on. Well, I almost forgot. Let me tell you, with this pattern, with all these pieces and steps, please just take your time and read and follow, or try to follow this video. And try to forgive all my goofies, because I'm trying to remember all the steps, but I do have to refer to the pattern because it's too many steps. It's just too many steps for me to remember. And I didn't get a chance because I was a little under the weather, so I didn't get a chance to get one done before the video. So I'm making this one with you guys for the first time. So that's why I have to keep checking. I just want to make sure I'm not telling you anything wrong. Okay, so we're getting these straps in, get these straps on. We got our handle on. Okay. And if you're doing option B, you have your connectors on with for your handles, not the actual handles. Okay, so now we can put this back top piece on. And we're going to sew it on at 1/4 inch, just like we did for the front. And remember, we still have to stabilize. So we have that to do. So it's going to look a little sturdier than it's looking right now. If you prefer to stabilize each piece instead of doing it after you construct everything, you can do that too. You can do that for sure. Sometimes I find that easier. Okay, so 1/4 inch. And now we're going to bring this up, top stitch through that middle panel. Okay. It's looking good. It's looking good. Okay, so that's what the back is looking like. Okay, so now we're going to go. I'm going to take it. I'm going to get my stabilizer on. Then we're going to come back. I'm going to have to, we still need to add some rivets. And then we'll carry on. So I'll be back. So I've put some stabilizer on the back. I have Decovil Light, and I have put my rivets. So I have my rivets on my handle, on my strap on the back. So now we're going to get ready to do this front strap. So you need your front strap pieces, you need 2 buckles, and your strap loops. So I'm just using these buckles here, these roll buckles, because that's what I had on hand. And so I have my loops, my strap loops. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our strap loop and we're going to slide it on to one of our buckle connectors here. Then we'll take our buckle and we're going to feed it in through the loop here, like this, and then through the buckle, just like that. And then we can remove the paper backing from the double-sided tape. And we're going to fold that over. Fold it over till it's nice and snug. And so let me get that. So bring this down like this, line everything up. Okay. Just there until you have it where you want it. I think right there. Just make sure it's lining up with the back of the connector, so nothing's sticking out crazy. Okay. So now it looks like this. So we have the buckle on. That's folded down toward the back. And now we're going to stitch a rectangle here. So I'm going to just stitch one, and I'm going to go right up underneath the loop, right below the loop, and then come back down. Okay, to secure all of that in place. So let me move this for a second. Okay. So I'm trying to think, where do I want to start? Let me open up my flap and get that out the way. So I'm going to start over here. And I'm going to drop my needle down right where the other rectangle I top stitched, right where that ends right there. I'm going to leave some long tails to pull to the back. And I'm just going to stitch as far as I can go. Then I'm going to turn and make sure your buckle, your strap loops stays out of the way. And now we can go back. Uh-oh, caught my loop. Let me get my loop out of the way. Okay. And then come back down. And I'll leave long tails there. Okay. So there. We got our loop. Get it back straight. And then I'll pull these tails to the back and tie them off. Okay. Okay. So now, and then now I could put 2 rivets here. So I'll put one here. I'm just going to eyeball it. So I'm going to just mark where I'm going to put my rivets there. Punch the holes. Who's blowing a horn like a clown?
The elote man.
Huh?
The elote man.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. And then I could put the rivets there. Okay, but before I do that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do the other side and get that on. And then we'll come back and get our strap on. So just want to make sure my buckle's not sitting crooked. Okay. I think once I get my strap on, it'll look straighter. Okay, so I'll do the other side and then I'll be back. The buckles are on. I put rivets there. Okay, so when we put the handle with the strap on, these rivets get covered up. So they won't even be seen. So I have the base here, and I've already added my purse feet to the base. And now we're going to get ready to sew that on to our exteriors. So let me just make sure, because they took my duct tape. So I just want to make sure this purse foot is on good and secure. Okay, so I'm going to get ready to sew this on. So we're going to match this up at the bottom. And we're going to sew it at 3/8 of an inch. Okay, so let's get this matched up. And make sure you mark the centers on the short sides of your base. So when we get ready to put the side gussets on, we'll have our center already marked. So let's get this on here. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay, so 3/8 it is. 3/8. Now we're going to, let me check this, hold on. We're going to top stitch toward the base. Let me just get back where I was. So we're going to top stitch toward the base. So bring that down. I use these really big old purse feet. Because the base was so big, I thought. Now I'm wondering if I should have used smaller ones. But I kind of like the big ones.
Mm-hmm. They look cute.
Now we'll do the other side. Bobby trying to get loose there. Yeah. These boys are silly boys.
Oh my God.
Jazzy, you scared me.
I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Jazzy dropped her phone and scared me.
I was trying not to drop it.
Oh my goodness, Jazzy. I was about to run and leave you.
What?
Alrighty, so now we're gonna top stitch, and we're almost done with this exterior. I told you guys there was a lot of steps to this one. Lots of steps. Okay, let's get this out. Okay. Look at that. So it's coming along. Well, that's the strap. Okay. So that's what it's looking like so far. So next, like I said, is we're going to add the piping to the gusset and get the gusset on. Then our exterior will be done. And we can move on to the lining. Okay, so now it's time to make our piping. So I'm using this felt piping cord, and I have my 2 piping strips, and I put some double-sided tape down the center. This is just the way I do mine. So I don't put it all the way to the end because I know there's going to be some of this piping cord that I have to remove from the piping strip. So I'm just going to remove the backing from the double-sided tape. And I'll just start to lay my piping cord. It doesn't have to be precise. You know, I just kind of eyeball the center and get it laid in there. So, and just make sure it's down here. Okay. So just like that. And then now we can bring the raw edges together here to close it up. And I just squeeze it right where the cord is. Okay, and then once I have it like that, I take my seam roller here and I just roll it close to the piping cord just to really secure that tape down. Okay, and at this point, with it just like this, you can go ahead and sew it onto your bag. But you don't necessarily have to baste it in place, but I will. Just to make it a little simpler for you. So let me see here. So I'm going to go ahead and I have my piping foot on. It's a 1/4 inch cording foot. So I have that on, and I'm just going to baste a stitch close to the piping cord. Okay, I'm not going to even back stitch, just basting it on. And the cording just runs right along that little channel there, so it makes it so easy to get close. And when you're doing piping, it's best to use matching thread, because if you use a contrasting thread, if you don't get close enough, then the stitches will be a lot more visible. So, okay. So now once you have that done, you have a pretty piping cord here. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fold it in half here and mark the center. So pinch it right there. I'm just going to snip a little notch here. Okay. Now I'm going to grab my side gusset. So I already have the marks here where I'm going to start and stop my piping. And then also on the back, I have my line mark for my drop line marked. So I know where I'm going to be folding that down later. And then all I need to do now is just mark the center here at the bottom. Okay. And then once I have that, now I can attach my piping strip here. So I like to start here at the bottom at the center point. Uh-oh, I dropped my strip, Jazzy. She's like, oh, good grief. Okay, thank you, Jazz. I'll move that out the way. Okay, I'm still in my stitch. So now I'm just going to clip it on the straight part down here at the bottom. So I put about 3 clips. Now to get around the curves here, we need to put some snips in there. So I'm just snipping right, and not too close to my stitches, my basting stitch. So just snip until I know I'm around that curve and it starts to get straight again. Then I know I've snipped enough. And I'll do the same thing on this side. So about every 1/4 inch, I'm putting a snip. And that's good enough right there. Okay, so now it should curve easily around without, you don't want to curve it. You don't want to curve it like this. You want to keep it as flat as possible as you go around the curve. And just clip as you go and keeping it flat. And you'll see those snips kind of open up as they're spread to ease in around the curve. Okay. Okay, so once you have that side done, then you can do the other side. Again, not like this. That's sitting up too high. You want to keep it flat and clip it as you go, spreading those little snips apart. get a nice smooth piping on the edge. Okay. And so we'll just finish clipping. And then this side here. Okay, so just like that. So you see how nice that looks, right? So now up here at the top where we have the mark, so I have my marking. Let me just make that a little more visible. So I'm going to start and stop here. So right there where I'm going to start, I'm going to snip into my piping. Snip. So I snipped right there at the marking. And then right below that, I'm going to come in at an angle and make a little triangle here. So now I've removed, if you can see that, I've removed that. So now that allows me to be able to just curve this down. And the top of my piping should be right at the mark that I made. So this extra, that's why I try not to put the tape all the way up to the top. And I don't back stitch because I can just easily just remove this basting stitch. And I want to pull this extra piping out, this extra cording out. And snip that off. Because we don't want that bulk there, okay? So I need to go just a little bit more. Could have put the tape a little bit lower. Okay, so now, there we go. So now, there we go, perfect. So the cording is just right at the tip there. So that's what I want. Now I can start basting my piping on. And I also want to do the same thing on this side. So right at the mark, make a snip. And then below that, go in at an angle, cut out a little triangle. And then remove the cording above that. And now this side will be able to curve out like that. Okay, so now we can start, we can baste our piping on. So I'm just going to bring this over, curve it out right at the mark. Get my foot in place here. And then just start. And I can back stitch. And now my piping foot will do the rest here. And go around. Now I'm getting back up here to the top. So I'm getting ready to curve that piping away right at the mark. So I get that ready. Just curve that away. And there it is. So now we have that on. So now from the back side, I just take and I just trim this extra off till it's even with my gusset. And now that's what the piping looks like. So I'm ready to install this onto my bag now. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get the other gusset ready, and then we'll come back and get it sewn onto our bag here. Both of my gussets are ready now. They have the piping on. So now we're ready to get them sewn onto our bag. So I'm going to start here with one side. I already have my centers marked on my base. And by the way, I added some Peltex to my base because I felt like this bag is kind of heavy and it needed a little extra. So I'm going to start by matching up the center of my gusset with the center of my base. I'm going to get that clipped on it. And I did put my regular foot back on because I don't like sewing. I don't like sewing it on with the piping foot. Just don't. So, all right. We all have our little preferences, don't we? So we're going to sew this on. So now I've matched up the base. Now I'm going to match up here at the top. So just bring it around, get that matched up. Clip. Yeah. So once I get a couple of clips there, then I'm going to swing it around. And by the way, I put my strap on because I wanted you guys to see how it looks with the buckles. See, I forgot to show you, but we could take this off because it's going to be in the way, and it's not time to put that on just yet. But I forgot I wanted to show, but let's just take that off. Okay, so that'll make that easier. We'll put that on later. Okay, so now we're doing this side. Y'all know I get excited and I just like to see it all come together. So it's all clipped. Come apart. Okay, so now I'm just clipping the sides. Just getting those clipped. And over here. Okay, now I'm going to add some little snips into the bag, not into the gusset. So I'm just going to do a few snips to ease this in. So now that should be able to ease in. Just push that along. It's going to be a tight fit. That's what you want, though. And now we'll flip it over here, and I'll add some snips over here as well. Don't go too deep because our seam allowance is only 1/4 inch. Okay. But I like to say with the piping, your seam allowance is whatever gets you closer to that, as close to that piping as you need to get. So if I have to go a little bit more than 1/4 inch, that's what I do. Okay. Put a clip there. And one more clip there. Okay, so now once you have it clipped on, we're going to sew with the gusset side up, and we're going to go, like I said, 1/4 inch. I like to have my little pliers ready here. Helps me keep everything under control. Make sure nothing is moving. See, this is trying to slide over, so I can get that right under there. Hold that down with my pliers before I drop my needle down. And then start. Forgot to change my stitch length, so let me do that. Okay, there we go. So I can see my stitches for my piping, so I know that I'm good if I just go right along. I try to go just slightly inside of that, so that way I know I'm getting close, as close to my piping as I can. So right on those stitches are just a little in toward the piping, and then I'm good. If I'm too far over within the seam allowance, then I know that I'm going to have some stitches showing. Just take your time. So now I need to flip this up. Oops, knocked my clip loose. I just taped that Peltex on. Maybe I should have just waited until after I did this, so it wouldn't be so stiff on the bottom. Okay, so I'm just rolling that over. Push it up underneath. Okay, so now I'm heading back up towards the top. Okay, we made it all around. I should be good because, like I said, I could see those stitches as I was going. And I'll turn it out so you can see. Just turn it around. So I want you to be able to see. And then I'm going to get the other side put on. There we go. Push it on out. Push out, push it out, push it out. Okay, there we go. Alrighty. Look at that. Looks good. I'm in love with that. All right. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get the other side sewn on. And you know the deal. We'll keep it moving. Alrighty. I just want to show you that I have both of my gussets on. And I think it's looking fabulous. I love it. Okay. I did go ahead and I used some double-sided tape to apply Salpa to the front and back of this bag because you guys know I like a structure bag, and I felt like it was still just a little too floppy. And so I did that, and I like the structure. I like that I added the Peltex on top of the Decovil Heavy on the bottom too, because I felt the bottom was kind of sinking, you know, being drooping, and it didn't even have anything in it yet. So I know once I start to put stuff in there, it would droop. So I'm loving this anyway. So that just goes to show you, like, these stabilizers, the interfacings are a suggestion. Everybody's materials are different. I'm using like a heavier vinyl, so it just needed, you know, I'm using a heavier vinyl on for the black is heavy. The cow print is lighter, so it was just causing it to just kind of droop a little more than I wanted. So I just added a little extra stabilizer, and now I'm totally satisfied with that. Okay, so now we're going to get ready to construct our lining. Notice the color change in my lining. So I had cut my lining from the test version of the pattern and didn't realize. So I had a couple of pieces were not cut correctly. So I didn't have enough of that color waterproof canvas. So I switched to this chocolate brown, which I'm kind of digging anyway. So I wish I had realized I even had this chocolate brown. I probably would have picked that from the beginning. But anyway, so I'm switching to this one. It's all the pieces are cut correctly. So for this part, we're going to need our main center lining piece, our double slip pocket piece or double pocket piece, and I've already marked out where we're going to the stitch line is to divide the pocket, and our bias strip for the top of our pocket. I did cut my bias strip at 1 inch instead of what the pattern called for, because I like a little more narrow strip at the top. So anyway, we're going to get ready to do that. So first we're going to take our double pocket piece and we're going to fold it in half, wrong sides together. And we're going to base this raw edge closed. I tell ya, just sometimes you just got to make adjustments and keep it moving. Okay, so here we go. Gonna get this, baste it closed. Okay, then I already have double-sided tape on the back of my strip here. So we're going to go ahead and get this placed on the top. So we're going to center this, the raw edge, get this right on just below the line, the center line here. And then we'll get this other half folded over. Okay, and I'm just going to grab my ruler here. Oops. After I get through knocking something over. Okay, and we're going to fold this over nice and neat. Okay, get that over. Okay. And now we're going to top stitch. It's time to change that bobbin. Don't run out on me now, bobbin. Okay. So now we have that top stitched. Okay, we can trim this extra off. Get that trimmed. Okay. Then we're going to mark, so we're going to place our pocket. So use the measurements according to the pattern. And we get that in place. And now we're going to sew. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew down the side. I'm going to sew across. I'm going to go about 1 stitch past this line. I'm going to sew up. I'm going to go 1 stitch over. I'm going to sew back down. And then I'm going to go across and back up again. That way I get it all done in one swoop, without having to stop. So, but first, look at that. Look at my bobbin. See, I hear it. It speaks to me. I know when it's getting close. It starts to do that little rattling and it says, hey girl. Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, so let's get that going. Kind of liking this. I didn't even realize I had this chocolate brown in my stash. But when I ran out of the other, I said, oh, I gotta find something. Okay. Unless we're gonna have a half a video. Okay, so just sew down. Then we're gonna sew around the bottom. Okay, so I'm going to go 1 stitch past that line, come up, well, I have to go just a tiny bit more. Okay. Then I'm coming up. And I don't like to stitch up on my binding here, so I just kind of just go right below it. Now I'm going to pivot, come 1 stitch across, then come right back down. Okay. And now I can continue. over to the other side. All right. So that's pretty there, right? So now I'm going to put, I will put a little rivet. I'll put it here. So my rivet will go here, and that will secure that. But first, let's move on to the next step. So you're going to grab your side panels, your lining side panels here. There should be 4 of them, and they should be cut mirrored. So let me grab those. So there's 4. We have 4. So grab 2 mirrored pieces, and these are going to get sewn onto the side, just like this. So we're going to lay them like this. 1/4 inch we're sewing on each side to complete our panel here. And we'll put this one clipped on as well. Make sure you have these little cutouts going toward the bottom. We still have our top panel, our top lining piece to put on, but so we're almost finishing up this panel. Okay, so now we're going to sew at 1/4 inch. Okay, now we're going to press that seam allowance back towards the side panels, and we're going to top stitch. All right, so now that part is done. So before we finish this up, we still have to do our zipper panel for our recessed zipper, but I'm going to go ahead and grab the other pieces so that we can do the interior zipper pocket. So be back. So now we're ready to construct the lining zipper pocket. So you're going to need your zipper tape, your lining zipper pocket bottom, which is cut from your exterior B, your lining zipper pocket top, also cut from your exterior B, and your lining zipper pocket lining. Okay, and if you notice, I have double-sided tape on the top and bottom on the right side of my zipper pocket lining. I have placed some on the bottom of my zipper pocket top and on the top of my zipper pocket bottom. So the first thing we're going to do is, of course, also you need your zipper pull. So first thing we're going to do is remove the backing from the double-sided tape on your zipper pocket bottom. And we're going to lay our zipper tape right sides down and matching it up with the raw edge. So it should look like this. And now we're going to take our zipper pocket lining, remove the backing on one end of the double-sided tape, and then we're going to place that right side down on top of the wrong side of the zipper. So we're sandwiching the zipper in between. And I'm gonna get that lined up. Again, matching up the raw edges. That, okay. And so once you have that done, we're going to sew at 1/4 inch. Okay. Now we can flip that back. Give it a little finger press. And then also the lining. So we're putting those wrong sides together. And we're going to top stitch. Okay. I've chosen to leave my zipper pull off right now. It just makes it a lot easier to sew it that way. So now I'm going to top stitch. Just want to keep the sides lined up. Okay. Okay, so now it should look like this. So now we can flip this over, and then we're going to remove the backing from the double-sided tape on the other end of our zipper pocket lining, and we're going to bring that up, and we're going to match it up with the raw edge of the zipper, keeping the sides aligned. Okay. So that way. And then we'll take our zipper pocket top, remove the backing of the double-sided tape, and then we're going to lay this right side down onto the zipper tape, matching up the sides. Okay. Bring it over just a little bit the other way. A little bit more this way. Okay, and then again, we're going to sew right here onto the zipper, 1/4 inch. And once you've done that, take your zipper pocket lining top and press it up towards the top. The lining stays down, and we're just going to top stitch the zipper pocket lining top. Jazzy's always dropping her phone.
I'm sorry.
I guess she gets it from me, huh? Always dropping something. I can't be too mad. Okay. So there we have that. So now we have our pocket. We can put our zipper pull on. So I'm going to do that now. Just open up one end here and get this put on. Make sure it's even. Okay. So make sure everything looks straight. Okay, I'm just going to baste down these sides to close up the zipper in the pocket. Make sure nothing goes askew. Okay, now I'm going to trim off this little extra here, a little extra zipper tape, and any little extra lining that kind of sticking out over here. Give it a little burn, make sure my zipper tape doesn't unravel. Now we're ready. We have that. Now we're ready to grab our other two mirrored side panels. So we have two mirrored, and just like we did on the other lining piece, we're going to put those down, right sides down, making sure these cutouts are toward the bottom, and we're going to get those sewn on at a 1/4 inch. the other side done. Okay, and once you've done that, now we're going to top stitch onto the side panel. So press that over, making sure the seam allowance goes towards the side panel, and give it a top stitch. Okay, and the same thing over here. All right, so now we have this. We have these two pieces. We have our two pieces here. Now we're going to get ready to do our zipper panel, our zipper panel. And so I'll get the materials for that, and we'll come back and get that done. Okay, so now you should have your zipper panels, 2 from your lining and 2 from your exterior, and you should have your zipper tape prepared with the right angle. So you want to download the tutorial for doing the recessed zipper panels. The link is in the pattern if you need it. So it shows you how to do to prepare your zipper tape. So, and of course you need your zipper pull. So I've already marked out 3/4 inch on each short end of the zipper panels, and I put double-sided tape on the ends as well. So what we're doing is we're going to remove the paper backing from the double-sided tape, and we're going to fold those raw edges over to meet the line. And we'll do that on all 4 pieces. And the exterior. It's important to make sure that these panels are as even as possible so that your zipper, your recessed zipper comes out even and straight. There's different ways to do this recessed zipper. You can cut one long panel in each, in the exterior and the lining, or you can do it in 4 pieces like this. You know, I do it either way, but I'm following the pattern here. Okay, So now we're going to get ready to get our zipper attached. So I like to start with the lining. So I'm going to mark out 3/8 of an inch from the folded edge. So I just put a little mark there on the lining on that one, and then on the other as well. So they're on opposite sides. Did I do it on that? I didn't. Sorry. I do that. I meant to put it on the opposite side. Put it on the same side. Okay, like that. So they're on opposite sides. So I have a 3/8 inch mark. That way, because one side of my zipper will go on one side, and then the other is going to go on the other side. So once you mark that out, you can use some double-sided tape if you want, or you can just clip it. Maybe some, what do I do with my 1/8 inch tape? Here we go. Okay, so we're going, I like to put a little double-sided tape, so right on the edge. So starting at that 3/8 inch mark. Let me get down there. Okay. Doesn't want to cooperate. There we go. And get that place right there on the edge. My hands just aren't cooperating today. So I just put a little strip of double-sided tape there, and then I'm going to place my zipper. So wrong side down onto the right side of the lining. Okay, matching up the raw edge of the zipper tape to the raw edge of the lining zipper panel. Going all the way to the end here. So just like that. And then you can place another piece right on top. This time I'm going all the way to the end, from end to end. If you don't like having this double-sided tape in there, you don't have to do that. Like I said, you can clip it. So put another piece. Then we're going to take one of our exteriors. We're going to place it right side down, and you have to match up the folded ends as well as these raw edges, and make sure everything is matched up and lined up just so. Okay, so once you have those lined up, now we're going to sew at a 1/4 inch along the side with the zipper. Don't go over the edge of the folded area. Try to go right up to the edge, but not over. Uh-oh. What happened? Something happened. I ran out of bobbin. It got me that time. See, I was talking that smack earlier. Oh, well, there was a little left, but it broke. So I'll switch it. I'll go ahead and switch it out. Okay, so now we're ready to sew now that I got my bobbin straight, okay? And we're gonna get started. 1/4 inch. Let me use this, keep it straight. So I don't want to go over that folded edge. I'm going to stop there, back stitch. Okay. You don't want to see those stitches going over. Okay. So now we're going to fold these back wrong sides together. Okay. Trying to decide, like the way that looks with the, do I want to sew it a little closer? I think I'll keep it like that. Okay. And we're going to clip. We can clip these edges together. I know, Jazzy. I can't help it, girl. The clips just get to flying, you know, they always. I just can't help it. Thank you, Jazzy. Oh, look.
It's time, Lord.
We're having so much fun.
Aren't we a pair?
We're having so much fun. Let's just start throwing clips at each other.
Oh no, I don't think.
No? Oh, okay. You know what? You know what?
Clip fight.
Clip fight. Till somebody's eye gets.
Hey, yo, that would be a funny video clip.
Oh, that was awful. That was awful. We're gonna cut that out. All right, now we're gonna top stitch. Oh my God, that was awful. I'm apologizing on behalf of Jazzy.
You don't like my joke?
I didn't raise her to tell such corny jokes. We're better than that.
You know, Jada and Gina would have flamed me for that one.
Oh my gosh, that was awful.
Mom, you're supposed to laugh at my jokes.
That was an awful one.
Am I at number one?
Sheesh.
Huh? Am I at number one?
A number one?
Was that number one?
Number one. We always say you know every seventh joke is funny.
So according to that one, that was like the reset.
Yeah, that was That's number one. Okay.
Okay, I was funny earlier.
So I'm just gonna give this a little squeeze here, where the folds are, just to kind of squeeze down that bulk. So we're just top stitching all around. Okay. We just started having too much fun. And then up here at the top too, I'm going to give it a squeeze. Where we have these thick layers. Okay. Just make sure. Whatever. Okay. So now we've top stitched around. Okay. Make sure. So we've top stitched around there, and that's what it's looking like. And we're going to do the same thing over here. So apply the double-sided tape. And then get that laid on right there at the 3/8 inch mark. Lining up these raw edges. And making sure that this panel lines up. So if it looks like it's a little off, on the back. They should match up. If not, then you can bring it down just a little to adjust it. You want to make sure that they're going to line up. And that looks good there. So just make sure this zipper straight. Okay, like that. So they're lined up. They're matching the top and bottom. So now I can go ahead and remove this side. Get it out of the way. And then get my tape. And you can sew this at 3/8 if you prefer it. I do a quarter, but you can do 3/8. You don't have to do a 1/4 inch. It depends on how you like it. If you like less zipper tape showing, then you can do 3/8. Okay. So again, we're going to match this up. The ends matched up. And now we can sew. Okay. Alrighty, and open it up. And then we're gonna clip these sides and then top stitch. Okay, do this a little squeeze here. Okay, so that's done. Now we just need to put them together, make sure everything's lined up. We hope and pray. So we're just going to match this up here at the end, get our zipper pull on. Make sure everything is lined up there. And hopefully it looks good like that. Okay, so now we're just going to mark the centers. So fold it in half and give it a little snip. Boing. Okay. And now we are ready to get this basted onto our lining panels here. So let's grab our lining panels. I'm going to grab the one with the zipper pocket. I want to make sure that I'm putting my zipper panel on and my zipper's going in the same direction as it is on my zipper pocket. So first I need to mark the centers here at the top. So let me do that. And now we can, so right side up, both are right sides up. We're matching the center. And we're going to just clip this on. And we're going to base that in place. Okay, and then we'll do this one the same way, right sides up, matching the centers. And I like to just go ahead and take my zipper pull off and work them separately. Just less to get in the way. Alright. So now we're getting ready. We're going to get our lining tops. Let me grab those and we'll get ready to put those on. We're getting close to finishing our lining. Okay, so grab your lining tops, your lining tops here, and make sure you have your drop line marked. So your drop line should be down to the bottom. So you should have more this way than this way. So that's the way you're going to place it onto your lining panel. So it's going to look like this. Okay, so here's the drop line, and you can see there's less here than here. That's how you want to put it onto your lining. So we're going to get these placed on. Okay, matching up the raw edges, and we're going to sew at 1/4 inch. sure you keep your zipper tail out of the way. Okay, then we're going to fold all of this up, including the zipper panel, and we're going to top stitch through the lining. So lift all this up, make sure your seam allowance, and if it's a little bulky right here where we have the zipper, then you can hammer that down. As soon as I get my hammer. So you can hammer that down, just tap it down, and it flattens it out really nicely there. So right here in this bulky little area. So just tap that down. Okay, and it really does flatten that out. And then we're going to top stitch. Alright, so there we go, and we'll do the same thing with this one. So let me move that one out of the way, get this one on, and then we're going to get ready to sew up the sides of our lining, get everything, and then sew the bottoms and box the corners. And we'll be ready to drop it in. Getting close, getting close. I told you there were a lot of steps to this bag. But it's going to be so worth it. It's going to be so nice. With an SEW. Get this turned up. And again, you can give it a little tap with the hammer. Just tap it. Right at those seams. There we go, looking good. Okay, so now we can bring these two together, right sides together. Making sure we matching up these tops, these seams here on the sides. Clipped. We're going to sew. We're going to start at 1/4 inch at the top, and we're going to gradually increase to 1/2 inch so that our lining fits nice and snug So 1/4 inch up here at the top. Did I break my thread? I think I broke my thread. Just make sure. Oh, I did something. Yep. Got a little junky back there. Let me start that over here. Okay. All right, let me start that down again. Okay, so start gradually increasing until you get to a 1/2 inch. And then finish off at the bottom at 1/2 inch. So you see how it goes and it just starts to gradually increase. Okay, we're going to do the same thing over here. So get those zipper tails out of the way. Make sure it's all lined up here. Again, we're going to start at a 1/4 inch and gradually increase to a 1/2 inch. Once I get this lined up. Okay. Okay. Now I'm at the 1/2 inch mark here. So I'll just continue down. Okay. Alrighty. So the sides are done. Let me just double check the seam allowances on the rest. Half. Okay. Yes. Okay. 1/2 inch. Okay. So we're going to do a 1/2 inch on the bottom. Make sure everything is lining up. I'm going to make sure these seams are lining up nicely. And we're going to sew this at 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch. Sew the sides and bottom. Yes, okay. I just wanted to double check again, making sure I was right about that 1/2 inch. Yes, 1/2 inch for the rest of the lining. So we're gonna sew the bottom at 1/2 inch. Okay, now we're going to box these corners. So we're going to open it up, pulling in here, just like that. We're going to open that up, and we're going to match the seams in the center. So just pull this out and match the seam here in the center. You can open that up. Get that, make sure it's all lined up and matched up in the center here. Okay. And give that a clip. And make sure these sides are matched too. And then we're going to sew across with a 1/2 inch seam allowance. So it should look like that. And then we'll do the other side the same way. So go right in there, pull that, get that opened up. Open up your seam allowance on both sides. And match that up. And we can trim down, just trim down the seam allowance by about to 1/4 inch or so. Okay, now we have our lining done. So now we're going to get ready to prepare our lining and our exterior to drop in. So I'm going to grab this 1/2 inch double-sided tape. I'm going to run that tape. But first I'm going to trim down some of these sides too. Not here at the top, just right in here. Just trim. I'm going to just trim some of this down. So I'm going to run my double-sided tape. I know it's hard to see my line now. It's very faint because I use chalk, but I can see it. And I'm just going to run my double-sided tape right above that line. Making sure I open up those seam allowances on the sides. Okay, and once I have it all the way around, now I can remove the paper, and I'm going to start folding that down to meet that line. So do that all the way around. Okay. So just making sure it's even and straight all around. Alrighty, so I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to do the same thing for the exterior, and I'm going to get all these raw edges folded down, and then we'll come back and get ready to drop it in and do our top stitching. Okay, so I have folded down the raw edges on my exterior, and I've done the same on my lining. So now we're going to get ready to drop it in. So make sure you have your zipper going in the right direction. So I have here my zipper tails here. So I want this to drop in with the front facing me so that my zipper closes to the left. So that's how I like mine oriented. So I've marked the centers on my gusset, and so I'm going to clip this where the seam of my lining is on the center of my gusset. I'm going to get that clipped in place. Let's use these on the side here. So I'm going to use this. Okay. And we'll get this clipped. And just start clipping it in place. And I'll go over here to this side, get those zipper tails out of the way, and I'll make sure this side is lined up properly. Making sure that my lining is sitting just a fraction below the exterior. Okay. And then we'll just start getting everything clipped in place. Okay. And I think I need to go. I meant to wind a fresh bobbin before I do my top stitching because I want a brand new bobbin in here and a fresh needle. So after I clip this, I'm going to go and I'm going to get a new needle, fresh bobbin, and then we'll come back and we'll top stitch. But everything, I just want to show that everything fits nicely. There's just finish getting it all clipped. Okay, so you see, it's all clipped nice. It looks good. So I'll be back after I switch out my needle and get a fresh bobbin. Okay, so I'm all ready to get to top stitching. So I have everything pushed down. Make sure your handles and strap are pushed back out of the way. I'm going to start here on the back, and I'm going to get my needle here in place. Leave long tails to tie off if you don't want to back stitch. Make sure your stitch length is where it should be. And let's get going. So I get my pliers. I like to have my pliers. And I'm going to go. Okay. I just start off real slow. And we have that pretty hefty pocket underneath too. So just make sure you just press down. These pliers really help with that. Okay, so we're coming up on the center gusset where we have a little bit of bulk with the seam right there. So I'm just giving it a good squeeze before I go over it. Okay. Now I'm going to flip this up and turn it. And just try to press it down as much as I can. Hopefully I'm not blocking too much of your view. Okay, actually this is the center of the gusset. So. Again, you have to rotate. Jazzy, I'm blocking. Am I blocking a lot?
I don't know.
Hmm?
I don't know.
You said you don't know?
No, I said not really.
Oh. I was going to say, if you don't know. Okay. I'll be able to bring this back down once I get around the side. Okay. So now I can bring this back down. Make sure it keep them handles pushed back out of the way. You don't want to sew over your handle. Just take your time. Okay, I have to stand it back up again. You're gonna get it around this. Sometimes you just have to wrestle your bag. Push it back down. And there we go. And we're getting close to the end here. thread pulled from where I started. Get those pulled out. And just continue making sure my handle stays tucked and out of the way because it keeps wanting to pop back up. Oh, I really hope this isn't shifting too much. Okay, I'm right where I started. I'm going to just get my needle dropped down. And hopefully it looks good.
It always looks good.
Oh, thanks for the vote of confidence. Sometimes it doesn't. That's just the truth. Okay, so let's see what it's looking like. Not too bad. Not too bad. Okay. I'm okay with that. Okay. The back, this shifted just a little bit on the back. Got a little close to the edge right there. But all in all, I can deal with it. Okay. You can remedy that by putting some double-sided tape along the inside before you drop it in and kind of hold them together so it doesn't shift, but I'm okay. It just over here on the back here, it shifted a little, and so my stitches are just a little closer to the edge right there. But I mean, I can fix that if I want, and you know, maybe I'll go back in. And it's just a tiny little bit. And really, you can't even see it with the handle up. It's hidden behind the handle, so it's not really that big a deal. It's still a great bag. It still looks good. So let's finish her up. So let's get the zipper pull on. We need to put our zipper end on. We still need to put our front strap on in the strap ends. And then we're done. But what do you think of that? Looking pretty good, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I'm going to tie these threads off. I'll do that off camera. I'm going to tie these threads off. Then I'll get the front strap and we'll get that put on. And our little hardware that we need to put on. And then we'll see what it's looking like. Okay, so I'm getting ready to put my zipper end on. So I've just folded the ends of the zipper over and I just melted it with the lighter. And I'm just going to slide my zipper end on. And there's a place for a screw on the back. So I'm just going to, I just take my awl and I just poke through where the screw needs to go. And then I'm just going to get my screw in there. You can add some glue too. But I'm not going to do that right now. Okay, and so once that's on, snug, secure. All right, so we're done with that. And I might go ahead and cut my zipper tape down some too later. I think my zipper's a little too long. And I think it's because maybe I might have cut my zipper. I always cut my zipper tape a little longer, so I think that's what that is. Okay, so now we're gonna grab our front strap. So we have our front strap piece. Let me just make sure. Okay, so this is the front. So now we're just going to just feed this through the buckle. Then find that hole that we punched. Put that through. And then we're going to feed it through our strap loop. And we'll do the same thing on this side. And feed it through that strap loop there. And through there. Well, this one wants to be a little hard-headed. Okay, doesn't want to. This one doesn't want to cooperate. Wants to be bad here. Okay. I see the fibers from my sweater on my back. Okay. I was like, what is that red stuff? Okay. So now once we have that on, now I have these strap ends. We're just going to slide those on. Okay, so it's going to go on here like that. And then there's 2 screws in the back. I'm going to get those secured. But that's what it's looking like. That's what it's going to look like. So this is the Brunella bag by Shamballa Designs. This is a part of the Zodiac membership. So right now it's exclusive to those who purchase the Zodiac membership. But in about 3 months, then it's going to open up to everyone. So if you want it now, if you can't wait 3 months, go ahead, get the Zodiac membership. You'll get this one and another fabulous pattern. This is membership, Zodiac membership number 2. There's one before that. So, and I think this one is, what did I say this one was, Jazzy? The Virgo, right? This is the Virgo bag. So Brunella represents those Virgos out there. So if you're a Virgo, you got to get this Brunella bag. So I'll see you next time in Soulful Creations. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell for notifications so that you don't miss any new content. See you next time.